Good morning. My name is Apha Director of Policy and Strategy Bureau. Nice to meet you.
Good morning. Group Captain Jadet Kuha Kongkit, Director of Critical Information Infrastructure Management Office. My main responsibility is about the policy, standard, and guideline, and also including the national cyber exercise. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Flight Lieutenant Nopalas Sujinda, Head of Cyber Operation Division. I'm represent Cyber Operation Office. Yes.
Good morning. I'm Captain Srinet Lakwong. I'm Director of National Cyber Security Academy Office, and my duty is about workforce development. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Daruni Pikuntong, Direction of Legal Office.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Taichon Sali. I am Acting Director of Coordination Office. Thank you.
Okay, just to give you a little introduction, my name is Siri Kwan Chadilok, and I'm actually in the HR department working under the Central Administration Office. I will be acting as the interpreter and facilitators during the workshops for the next couple of days. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Good morning. I'm Captain Natapon Chati Chakun. I'm Acting Director of IT. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Nawala Chaisi. I'm representative from Cybersecurity Research Center team.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Kent. I am the digital officer at Embassy Bangkok. I just arrived a week ago, so I very much look forward to, over the course of my assignment, working with you, supporting SEI, and continuing this fantastic collaboration that you built.
Hi, everyone. Long time no see. My name is Jared Neitzel. I work for the Department of State's Bureau of East Asian and Pacific Affairs. And again, I just wanted to give a big thank you to our NCSA colleagues and friends for hosting us this week with the SEI. I just have a couple of maybe some remarks on top of what Tracy said. So if you don't mind, I just want to go through those. So again, we're very honored to be meeting with you today to discuss Thailand's cybersecurity goals and priorities. And I also just wanted to give a big thank you to my colleagues at the U.S. Embassy for supporting this trip, as well as my colleagues from the SEI who worked tirelessly to put together a robust week of engagements and workshops for our NCSA counterparts in order to help you all realize Thailand's cybersecurity goals and priorities. We look forward to our robust in-person engagements throughout this week. As you probably know, Thailand and the United States have had a long history of cooperation. And as of this year, we're celebrating nearly 191 years of cooperation, which is great. Our partnership with Thailand has traditionally focused on traditional security and economic matters. But as we know, as the world becomes increasingly more digital, we hope to expand this partnership to include issues surrounding cybersecurity so that we can help build your capability so that you can become an operational partner with the United States, as well as a role model for our ASEAN partners in the region. So I hope that throughout this week, you will utilize the expertise from the SEI and make sure that you ask a lot of good and thought-provoking questions. And yeah, just thank you again, and we look forward to discussing with you more this week.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sharon Mudd. I am been with the SEI for about 2.5 years now. I have a very long career in IT and security operations, as well as about 25 years in policy governance and those related fields as well. Might have been around a little bit longer than you, Group Captain. I'm Lauren. Started in 1990, software development, but full-time security since 1999. So I've seen a lot of things, mostly with private companies that have a large global footprint. The one I like to use, because everybody knows what it is Coca-Cola and ING and some of those that have offices around the world. So I have that kind of perspective for a lot of the things that I do.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dave McIntyre. I also work at the SEI. I have a little less experience than Sharon. My experience actually is mostly at the SEI. I've been there on and off for the past 11 years with a stint of a couple of years out in the financial sector. I have a lot of experience with privacy frameworks, IT kind of guidance frameworks and standards documentation, and third-party vendor management. In addition to that, I've done a lot of training development for CSERTs and some insider threat work as well. Thanks.
So again, I'm Tracy Bills from SEI. Hopefully Group Captain Amorn doesn't hold it against me, but I got my start in the US Army. And from there, most of my experience on the Department of Defense side was cyber threat intelligence, and then moving into more incident response related work and sector-based work with financial sector and state and local government. And so the team that's here today brings a lot of expertise for helping you with incident response plans and the National Incident Response Team. And so we look forward to this week's activities on those topics.
Okay, so thank you very much. And by the way, I love your speech, Jared. Maybe I can use it for closing remark. Okay, so let's get started with the presentation. Okay, we start off with some video to introduce our organization, and then we just use the presentation as a guided discussion. Okay, so during the presentation, if you have any questions, just raise your hand or acting like you have something to say, then I will notice, and then we will pause, and then you can ask the question. Because the purpose for this morning that we dedicate to the introduction to NCSA is just to give you a deep dive into organization that we have just established. So not much is on the internet for you to look up. So it's best to learn from us, and then we can learn from you on how we can cooperate for the future. Okay, continue.
Thank you very much. Group Captain Amon Ka, so we actually have a souvenir for the guests. Should we present the souvenir first?
I forgot about this every time. Okay, let's do this.
May I invite Group Captain Amon Chomche one more time to present the ceremonial gift to our representative from SEI. Please welcome. We have this commemorative plaque especially made for this occasion as a token of friendship and partnership between SEI and NCSA. And may I invite all the guests to join together in a group photo session. Okay, big smile. All right, thank you so much. All right, we can see your smile through your eyes. even though we are still having to wear masks. And a small souvenir, right? And CSA coffee mug. We have the mug for everybody. And last but not least, thank you very much. Okay ค่ะ มีอีกไหมคะ มีอีกไหมคะ หมดแล้วค่ะ หมดแล้วค่ะ Okay ค่ะ now we can all have a seat. And feel free to make yourself comfortable. Okay, and before we move along to the presentation, may I show you the QR code in case you have the presentation file that you would like to share with the meeting during the morning session and during the afternoon session. We will use Zoom meeting as a tool. So feel free to scan the QR code and share the slide through this Zoom QR code. But if you don't have the presentation to share, it's okay. We will keep this QR code up later on as well. Okay,
And if you need internet connection, we can help with our Wi-Fi as well. Okay, just in case you want to share the screen.
Right. Okay.
And also we do take a lot of photos because we plan to publish on social media on our Facebook fan page, our SEI Thailand fan page. Okay, because right now it's a social media age. It's almost as important that we do something is to tell people that we are doing it. So hope you understand. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I think we support that as well.
Okay. Great.
Okay, so let's move along. It's my pleasure to introduce NCSA introduction video. Let's have a look.
"พระราชบัญญัติการรักษาความมั่นคงปลอดภัยไซเบอร์ พุทธศักราช 2562 ซึ่งมีผลบังคับใช้เมื่อวันที่ 28 พฤษภาคม 2562 ได้จัดตั้งสำนักงานคณะกรรมการการรักษาความมั่นคงปลอดภัยไซเบอร์แห่งชาติ หรือสกมช เป็นหน่วยงานของรัฐที่มีหน้าที่กำหนดนโยบายมาตรการแนวทางการรักษาความมั่นคงปลอดภัยไซเบอร์สำหรับหน่วยงานภาครัฐและภาคเอกชนที่เป็นโครงสร้างพื้นฐานสำคัญทางสารสนเทศในการป้องกันรับมือและลดความเสี่ยงจากภัยคุกคามทางไซเบอร์มิให้เกิดผลกระทบและสร้างความเดือดร้อนต่อประชาชนตลอดจนความมั่นคงของรัฐและความสงบเรียบร้อยภายในประเทศ
โดยรับผิดชอบงานธุรการ งานวิชาการ งานการประชุม และงานเลขานุการของคณะกรรมการ ได้แก่ คณะกรรมการการรักษาความมั่นคงปลอดภัยไซเบอร์แห่งชาติ ชื่อย่อกมช.ทำหน้าที่กำหนดนโยบาย แผนปฏิบัติการ มาตรการ แนวทาง และประกาศหลักเกณฑ์ต่างๆ โดยมีนายกรัฐมนตรีเป็นประธาน คณะกรรมการกำกับดูแลด้านความมั่นคงปลอดภัยไซเบอร์ ชื่อย่อกกม.ทำหน้าที่กำกับดูแล National Search กำหนดประมวลแนวทางปฏิบัติและมาตรฐานหน้าที่ CII บริหารจัดการเหตุการณ์ภัยคุกคามทางไซเบอร์ โดยมีรัฐมนตรีว่าการกระทรวงดิจิทัลเพื่อเศรษฐกิจและสังคมเป็นประธาน คณะกรรมการบริหารสำนักงานคณะกรรมการการรักษาความมั่นคงปลอดภัยไซเบอร์ ชื่อย่อกบส.ทำหน้าที่กำหนดนโยบาย ทิศทาง และบริหารสกมช.ออกข้อบังคับควบคุมการบริหารงาน อนุมัติการใช้จ่ายเงินงบประมาณควบคุมการบริหารงานและการดำเนินงานของสำนักงานและเลขาธิการโดยมีรัฐมนตรีว่าการกระทรวงดิจิทัลเพื่อเศรษฐกิจและสังคมเป็นประธานสกมช.มีวิสัยทัศน์คือเป็นผู้นำในการขับเคลื่อนในการบริหารจัดการความมั่นคงปลอดภัยไซเบอร์ของประเทศที่มีประสิทธิภาพพร้อมตอบสนองต่อภัยคุกคามไซเบอร์ทุกมิติโดยมีหน้าที่และอำนาจดังนี้ 1. เสนอแนะนโยบายแผนยุทธศาสตร์และปรับปรุงกฎหมายว่าด้วยการรักษาความมั่นคงปลอดภัยไซเบอร์รวมทั้งกำหนดแนวทางมาตรฐานมาตรการที่เกี่ยวข้องให้สอดคล้องกับสถานการณ์ทั้งในปัจจุบันและอนาคต 2. กำกับดูแลเฝ้าระวังติดตามวิเคราะห์ประมวลผลแจ้งเตือนและปฏิบัติการเพื่อป้องกันรับมือและลดความเสี่ยงจากภัยคุกคามทางไซเบอร์ 3. เป็นศูนย์กลางในการประสานความร่วมมือรวมทั้งส่งเสริมสนับสนุนและช่วยเหลือหน่วยงานภาครัฐและเอกชนทั้งในประเทศและต่างประเทศเพื่อการรักษาความมั่นคงปลอดภัยไซเบอร์ 4. เผยแพร่ความรู้ความเข้าใจและสนับสนุนการพัฒนาบุคลากรด้านการรักษาความมั่นคงปลอดภัยไซเบอร์ในการนี้กมช.ได้ประกาศกำหนดมาตรการทางด้านโครงสร้างพื้นฐานสำคัญทางสารสนเทศ CII 8 ด้านได้แก่ 1. ด้านความมั่นคงของรัฐ 2. ด้านบริการภาครัฐที่สำคัญ 3. ด้านการเงินการธนาคาร 4. ด้านเทคโนโลยีสารสนเทศและโทรคมนาคม 5. ด้านการขนส่งและโลจิสติกส์ 6. ด้านพลังงานและสาธารณูปโภค 7. ด้านสาธารณสุข และ 8. ด้านอื่นตามที่กมช.ประกาศกำหนดเพิ่มเติมซึ่งจะเห็นได้ว่าสกมช.ทำหน้าที่ดูแลประชาชนเพื่อไม่ให้ได้รับผลกระทบจากการที่โครงสร้างพื้นฐานสำคัญทางสารสนเทศถูกโจมตีโดยทำหน้าที่ประสานงานเฝ้าระวังรับมือและแก้ไขภัยคุกคามทางไซเบอร์เมื่อมีเหตุภัยคุกคามเกิดขึ้นอย่างมีนัยสำคัญให้หน่วยงานโครงสร้างพื้นฐานสำคัญทางสารสนเทศดำเนินการป้องกันรับมือและลดความเสี่ยงจากภัยคุกคามและรายงานต่อสำนักงานและหน่วยงานควบคุมหรือกำกับดูแลโดยเร็วProtection is better than cure.
So that was our short introduction on our organization. But moving on, I would like to invite Group Captain Aman Shamshay one more time to give a presentation on our organization, and also the directors of each department will be joining in some parts as well. Please welcome.
Okay, that's introductions to our organization. But before we get into the information that we have planned for you today, the short summarization for NCSA is that we are the organization that will help protect Thailand from the effect of cyber warfare. In Thailand, there are many organizations related to cybersecurity. For example, when it's related to computer crime or cyber crime, there will be the police. The police will take care of it. They will go out and catch hackers or cyber criminal. Okay, and the other one is PDPA. There's a newly established PDPA's office. According to the PDPA law, it was declared in 2019 as well. But we got a head start and as well as a little bit more well established in terms of having an office in charge of this because PDPA since there's fine and jail term related to the law. So it takes some time for them to select the right people for the committees, the right people for their staff. So it takes some time for them to establish, but it was said that on the 1st of June, they would try to enforce the law fully. Okay, but for us, the task is huge in the term of responsibility, but the way we have to operate is that we have to integrate and try to synergize the effort of all the regulators, CII, sectorial cert, and government agencies to work together to enhance and improve cybersecurity posture according to, put it simply, NIST cybersecurity framework. The law mainly inspired most part by the NIST cybersecurity framework. For example, the CI and government agencies, they have to identify their own critical services and the CI and identify what are the most important assets, perform the risk assessment, provide protection, detection, monitoring the system, and when there's something wrong, they have to report to us. That's the only fine that involved with the law. In case something bad happened, they need to report to us. But the rest of the law, there is no fine or jail term for Cybersecurity Act. So in some way, we got less attention from the media or from the organization, because for the PDPA, they have a fine and jail term for the people in the organization and also the CEO of the organization. So people are more excited about PDPA because they're worried that they will go to jail. But so for us, we have to, instead of enforcing the law, we have to support and promote the law so that people will understand the importance of having cybersecurity and cooperate with us in enhancing their own cybersecurity capability in terms of preparation and the people and technologies and anything that go along with it. So that's the short summarization. And in order to do that, there's so many things for us to do, which we will learn together today. Okay, so next. Okay. So for this part, according to Cybersecurity Act, okay, we base our responsibility and establish under Section 22. Okay. For Section 22, there are many tasks, and not just Section 22, we also have to be supportive for Section 9 as well. Okay. Section 9 is about the National Cybersecurity Committee. All those tasks that will be performed by the committee will be supported by us. Okay, and this one on Section 22 are the tasks that NCSA have to perform. Okay, there's a lot of responsibility and not enough people. All the staff you see here are the main staff, and quite a few of the office or bureau only have the head of the office. There's still a lot need to be done in terms of recruitment and building up of capacity and capability. Okay. So the first one is to draft policy and plan, and the policy and plan will be approved by the committee, the NCC committee, and then it will get approved by the government. So that will be the strategy and plan for cybersecurity of Thailand in the future. Okay. The next one is term of code of practice and standard framework, which is Group Captain Jadet main task. He will be working closely with CAI to build relationship and also to work with them to set up the standard that will be acceptable to them and arrange all the activity that will help with their cybersecurity improvement. Okay. And the next one is coordinate and maintain cybersecurity for organization of CAI. Okay, coordinate and cooperation, the relationship such as what we are doing right now, not just in Thailand but also outside of Thailand as well, and in terms of bilateral and multilateral cooperation. Okay. And the other task, this one is mainly for national cert. Our national cert right now in a few months we changed the name to Thai Cert. We plan to transfer the membership and the name Thai Cert to our national cert. Okay. It should be done in a few months. It's a matter of formalities, and then that would be a good topic for discussion as well for us to build up to the reputation from the original team member of Thai Cert. We have to prepare our team for that. Okay.
Will the original team still continue to operate and maintain its current mission?
The team will probably have to change their roles because according to this law on section 82, MDES and ETA have to transfer their cybersecurity roles both in terms of responsibility, duty, and their property to us. Okay. Hence, the transferring of Thai Cert to NCSA. Okay. The staff, sadly, we wouldn't be able to recruit them and transfer the whole unit to us because we have a lot of restraint in terms of budget issue. We love to have them all and pay them at the same pay grade that they are having. That would be ideal. But right now, we have some problem as it is in terms of salary and human resources in terms of payment. They got better pay, most of them better than me. So it will be impossible to recruit them all to work with us. And some part of the roles that ETA play in control of Thai Cert will transfer to DGA, Digital Government Agency. They will run the new established organization, which is in the process. It's called GovCert, the government cert. Okay. The government cert. But I'm not sure if anyone from original Thai Cert team will be transferred to that one either, because right now they couldn't procure the funding to establish GovCert as well. So it would be like mainly for coordination.
Do you have any information on if you will be able to transfer anyone from Thai Cert, or at least a small subset?
Right now, none. So we have to find some creative way to work with them because there's someone that's critical to Thai Cert functionality. His name is Matai. He's the main guy. We would love to work with him. We have to find some creative way to recruit him to work with us. But ETA, we continue to pay for his salary. But somehow we have to find to set up him or set up some kind of task force so that he can join and perform his job and duty. Because I think he's a strong member of Thai Cert, and not just in Thailand, but also in the Cert community in general. So he's the one that we actually want to work with. So right now we are in the process of trying to find some way that we will allow him to continue to work in terms of cyber threat intelligence, because I think that's his strong point. Okay, but the rest, we have some good cooperation with them, but not in the near future that they will transfer and work for us. Okay. Okay, and also the monitoring for the cyber threat or cyber intelligence, we discuss about this in the future in this presentation. And also the public awareness is one of the most important thing. Okay, social perception is one of the job requirement right now. Okay, so even though we don't have that much power to take care every single cyber incident in Thailand, but the people of Thailand expecting us to do that. So we cannot deny our responsibility when there's a case of data breach or somebody got hacked. We have to be there and take care of it, and also raise public awareness, even though it's not, it doesn't have any direct relationship between NCERT and NCSA. But if we stay quiet, people will say that how come we don't do anything? So we have to get there first, raise the public awareness, and try to prevent for the cybercrime, even though it's not our direct responsibility, but we have to do that. And that's the thing that we love to do now, because people rely a lot more on cyber. And if we didn't help and do our part, it could become a big issue in the future. Okay. Okay. And the other one for cybersecurity information, we do part of our organization will provide the public information regarding cyber advisory, like what CISA we do. Okay. Okay, and also the MOU. Right now we in the process of signing the MOU both in Thailand and some international party as well. For example, Israel. We are in the process of signing the MOU with them. The draft version have already been approved. We're just waiting to sign it.
And that's for the public advisories?
No, hopefully for the cooperation between us and the government of Israel, not just for the advisory, but also the exchange of information between CERT and human resource training. Okay. Okay. And also for R&D, right now it's quite difficult because we don't have enough researcher by ourselves. So we try to be supportive and work with the other organization in terms of R&D. Okay. And the last one is for human resources and capacity building. The last year, we have been successfully trained 2,250 persons, and hopefully they can grow instead of just the basic cybersecurity knowledge. Hopefully they can join more and more classes and develop further, so that we increase in terms of numbers and their capability. Okay. So according to this, in some way we are like the mixture of US CERT, CISA, okay, and a few other organizations all into one. Okay. The one of the advantage we have according to this law is that the CI in Thailand must cooperate with us. Okay, for your law is volunteer basis, right? But for us, they must cooperate. So in some way, we have something on our side, even though we don't have enough resources, but still the law is supportive with us. So we have to be very creative to make it work. Like I said, we cannot rely on the enforcement of the law because the law asks us to work with the regulators. But right now, the regulators that we work with all are existing regulators. It means that right now, quite a few of them have no cybersecurity expertise. They have to build up that capability with us. If we just enforce the law, none can comply. So we have to work with them to build up a team, build up the relationship, and not just with the regulators, and also directly with the CAI as well. Okay, because it's quite a few sectors. It's quite new. Okay, for banking and finance, everyone know that they are strong, because if they don't, there will be bad reputation involved, and they will lose business. Okay, and also for energy and power, they start to realize that they need to learn about cybersecurity as well. Not just saying that they have closed system and have no threat. Now they start to learn and try to develop it themselves to counter and prepare for the cyber threats. Okay, but for public healthcare, right now is the sector that we are most concerned, because they're using, they rely on cyber security, cyber system so much, because all the lab results, blood tests, X-ray, they all inside the computer now. And they just realize that they could become a target. They're just user. Okay, but now a lot more cases involve them, so they could not catch up with in terms of cybersecurity staff, and even for IT, usually right now their main focus is the availability, not integrity or confidentiality. If malware got into the system, they just format and restore. That's the only thing they know in the past. So we have to work with them to change that mindset, okay? To have them prepare better and have more staff or more tools that could use. Okay. 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 แล้วตอนนี้เดี๋ยวส่วนอื่นนี่เราเตรียมไว้เลยนะ Okay. Okay. That's a short introduction for that. Okay. Okay. เดี๋ยวไป GCI index กันก็ได้ครับอันนี้ยังเป็นส่วนของพี่อยู่ใช่ไหมOkay. Okay. For just where we are right now, because that's one of the first question. Before we plan ahead, we need to know where we are. Okay. So we just refer to the cybersecurity index. That's what organized by the ITU. Is a research survey based and research combined. They give us a survey questionnaire, sort of self-assessment, and we fill it in. And if we brag about something without support, they will cut the point down so that it will be factual based. Okay. In the year 2018, the score is not that great, but since the rest of ASEAN are not quite up to it, so we have a pretty good position for 2018. But for 2020, it's good wake up call, because for 2020, we've fallen behind after Indonesia and Vietnam, because in ASEAN, the only two countries that we don't care, we behind them is Singapore and Malaysia, because they want everything. So we don't really care. But if Indonesia and Vietnam get better score than us, it means that we have to do something. Okay. And the main two categories that we have to improve is in terms of capacity development. Okay. We have to do much better than this, and hopefully the program that we are running right now will increase the number of human resources in Thailand, and we have some concrete evidence to support that. so that will be better. And also on the technical side, now we will have national cert to be the focal point or the technical improvement. So hopefully, if they have the survey or index running again, will be much better. Okay, but also for the term of cooperation, since we will have many of the MOU in line and a lot more cooperation in the plan, so that will be better as well, hopefully. Okay, next. Okay, okay. So that's our plan for NCSA. Is part of it, it's not just for NCSA, but also for Thailand as well. But this for our organization. Okay. So the vision is to be national leader in driving effective response and management on cybersecurity in all dimensions. When we say dimension, it means that we have many CAI that we have to be responsible for. Okay, and the threat will come in different shapes or form. So we have to be prepared and work together with all the organizations that will be using and relying on cybersecurity. And the mission will be the proposal of policies, which hopefully before June, we should see the cybersecurity strategy and plan come into action, and to supervise and work with the CI and government organization and do a lot of cooperation. Okay. Since we're lacking in terms of human resources and budget, the way that we're doing this is that we build up the relationship between us and public and private organization inside and outside the country. So we have to rely on those, and thankful for all the people that are willing to work with us. Please.
How far along would you say you are now? I mean, is this a 3-year plan, a 5-year plan to get to all of these things in place?
It used to be 3-year plans, but 3-year plans start from last year.
Okay.
So right now, we would say it's in the middle, but we plan to revise it before it become end of life. So we will revise it and add more to this. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And quite a few, especially the goals, there will be the continuation, but the strategy and the project or program that came out with, there might be a lot of changes add on to this, but most of them are still the same because, for example, the human capacity building, that will be a long-term goal and continuation. Okay, but for instance, we just newly established. There's still a long way to go in terms of recruitment with some skilled cybersecurity personnel, because the one that concerns me the most is not the equipment, but the people and how you define the process that will help them work together. Okay. Okay. And also to recruit cybersecurity personnel, both for NCSA and also the other agency as well. That's why we want to add more cybersecurity personnel to Thailand in terms of reskill and upskill. And last Friday, we just have a kickoff press conference. We try to build 50 CISP within this year. Right now, we have around 270. 270. Okay. We want to add more 50 to that. It's been 270 for many years now. And like everything in Thailand, we compare ourselves to Singapore and Malaysia. Malaysia had 300 something. Singapore have almost 2,000 now. So we try to catch up a little bit to Malaysia. Okay. And that is we will plan to select the suitable candidate and build them up, so hopefully they can pass the CISP exam. Okay. Okay, and try to work with different agencies. And the last part is quite important because right now we are the add-on, but very important add-on. So it's very important for the other agency that they wouldn't feel like we are the third wheel, but we have to be the part of the engine that driving Thailand. Like for example, we have to work closely with the Office of National Security Council. Okay. They are in charge of all the security and stability of Thailand, and they are very well established, have been around for almost 50 or 60 years. But we have to work with them to build up the cyber security into their national security. Okay. Okay. And the rest of the strategy is quite a few. You will feel that it came from the section 22. Okay. Because it will be supportive with each other. Okay, so the first one for the S1, that's for the insert. Okay, and S2, that for different aspect regarding prepared Thailand in terms of all the policies, okay, or regulations. Okay, the third one is for R&D, which we want to do more in the future. Okay, S4 is help with the regulation, but like I said, right now we couldn't regulate because there's still a big gap between what we want and what the regulators and CI can do. So we have to work with them to fill those gaps. Okay, according to the law, we have declared secondary or subordinate legislature on what they need to do last year around August. So this year around August, they should have some paper regarding risk management, regarding plan and procedures to turn it into us. And we check and make sure that up to standard. Okay. And but in the future, what we will do if they are better prepared, if it's up, it doesn't perform, or we don't feel like it's up to standard, we can reply back to them that please rewrite this document or this plan that you have. Okay. If not, they would hopefully they would try to revise it and send it back to us. If not, then we will report to the Prime Minister. That's the way our Cyber Security Act plan to work. So it doesn't work well with Thai culture at all, because we don't want to be the one that, you know, be a snitch, but the law desires to be that way. So so hopefully there will be a big stick that we have behind us, but we will have to work mostly by providing a carrot or helping driving forward instead of try to use the big stick that the law given us, because otherwise there will be no one to support us, because it's a big gap, and right now quite a few of the CI regulators couldn't perform according to this law, so we have to work closely with them. Every month we will have a workshop. Almost every 2 weeks we will have a meeting with them to clarify the expectation, to educate them. So hopefully at the end we will become a friend, and they will see us as part of the ongoing effort that we have to work with. Okay, and also the risk that also in the cyber risk that will be responsible by the national CERT as well, and the network of cooperation to exchange cyber threat. Right now, we just started with MISP, the malware information sharing platform, and we choose to work with TB CERT. TV cert, they have a good staff behind their program and they have been successfully running the MIS within their sector for many years. So they have built the trust. They know not just the technical, but also the art form for information sharing. So we decided to become partner with them to help them establish the MIS platform for us so that they can introduce us to their sectors. Okay, and hopefully we can add more to our MIS platform for information sharing for the future. But before MIS, the other activity that we have been doing for a year now is sharing of cybersecurity news, sharing the advisory. Okay, but still it's not at the level that we want yet. Okay. The one that we want is the level that CISA can perform, especially when you see the vulnerability score near 10. You can send out almost like executive order to all the government organization that you need to patch this by Friday. Right now, we have to tell that please do it. If they don't, then we couldn't do anything about it. Okay. Hopefully, we can have more power or more trust from the organization, not just the government, but also the CI as well, in terms of patching the system. Okay, and also to develop human capability, like I said before, and you will see the activities that we will show later, and raise the awareness both for the workforce and also the public as well. Okay, next. Yeah. Okay, this is another way to look at the plan. So the first one, we want to drive forward the policy and plan after we got approved. Okay, that I think is called step one, but it's most difficult one because it's not just the policy and plan for us, but also all the agencies, all the CAI, and the rest of the organization and related organization as well. They have to follow the policy and plan that will be approved. Okay, and the most difficult thing is to get the money to support the plan. That will be the most difficult task. Okay, okay, and promote the national and international cooperation and create secondary registration, which almost about 44 that we have to do. But our law office, they have been very diligent. Right now, only 13 that we need to do within this year. Okay. And our insert will continue the monitoring and response to cyber threat and develop cybersecurity personnel, both for NCSA and the rest of the country. Okay. And the goal at the end is to enhance the organization for CAI and regulators so that they can be prepared. The way we look at it right now is the paper, the plan, and the document that we ask them to submit to us, that's part of it. But the real test of their readiness is the national cyber exercise because we want to see them in action, not just the paper, because sometimes the paper might look good because they hire someone to do it, but to see their staff perform, and that's how you know about their weakness and how prepared they are. Okay. So any question or discussion so far? Okay. อันนี้เราให้สไลด์เข้าไปนะอันนี้ Okay. During the break, we can find some way to send this slide to you so that you can review it, just in case you have some question. Okay.
If possible, it'd be great to learn which regulators you have identified as being responsible for regulating the CII sectors.
We have that in Thai right now, but we can refer you to that document. Okay. Not all the CAI, even though since it's not volunteer, if they are CAI, they have to comply. So right now we don't have as many CAI as we would like, because before they become a CAI and we declared, we have to work with them to see, for example, are you happy that you're going to be CAI and comply to this law? So a few of them deny. So the list, we have to revise every year to add more to it. We have to find some way for them to see benefit. For example, the training we provide, we will try to choose the one that came from CI first, so that they can save money in terms of training. Okay, and whatever we think of, we will think about CI first. Okay, so at the end, every year we can add more and more to the list. Okay. Next. Okay. So now I will give the floor to Ms. King Napa to explain. Okay, please.
Thank you. My responsibility includes cybersecurity policy and strategy, as well as international cybersecurity cooperation. As a result, today's presentation will be divided into two parts: policy and strategy and international cooperation. Policy and strategy. NCSA is required under Article 41 to 44 of Cybersecurity Act BE 2562 to have a cybersecurity policy and plan that is aligned with the National Digital Economy and Society Development Policy and Plan, as well as the National Security Policy and Plan. The NCSA is working on 3 documents in this regard, with the latest station is in the process of improving the draft according to the recommendation of the Office of National Economy and Social Development Council. Afterward, the draft will be submitted to the Cabinet for approval. First, draft cybersecurity policy and plan would be a master plan for Thailand's cybersecurity, with the goal of improve the country ability to prevent, respond to, and mitigate cyber threat, as well as recover critical services to normal in the timely manner. Furthermore, to establish comprehensive cybersecurity that will serve as a framework for country's cybersecurity operation. Cybersecurity of Thailand critical service for economy and social sustainability is our vision. The following are the 4 primary strategy issues. Strategy 1, enhancing national agency capability to achieve quality and standard. Strategy 2, strengthening governance services and critical information infrastructure to ensure cybersecurity and restore normalcy. Strategy 3, integrating collaboration to prepare for cyber attack and restore normalcy. Strategy 4, developing cybersecurity capability for country. Second draft. The cybersecurity action plan is a comprehensive plan for ensuring cybersecurity in both normal and high-risk conditions. It will enhance capability for preventing, coping with, and mitigating its risk posed by cyber attack, as well as responding to threats and restoring normal operation to the system to timely basis. The third draft, the administrative policy is a cybersecurity related management policy. It is a guideline for government agency and critical information infrastructure organization engaged in cybersecurity operation. It aims to ensure that cybersecurity act promptly, effectively, and in synchrony. It is based on widely accepted best practice throughout the world, include Thailand, which the governance, risk, and compliance, or GRC, that consists of 3 principles. 1, good governance in cybersecurity. 2, risk management, and 3, policy and guidelines. Next, please. International cooperation. The NCSA promotes worldwide cooperation in cybersecurity. Our international network is expanding through bilateral or multilateral cooperation. We have the recently established bilateral relationship with a number of countries, including the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, and the Czech Republic. We participate in international organizations include the United Nations, ASEAN, and BIMSTEC. As we have limited resources, our top priority is to build capacity by enhancing perspective on policy and strategy, information and threat assessment, research cooperation, and academic cooperation. We expect increased cooperation in the coming years. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so that's for the first office. Okay, for the European plan. And also international relationship is also a part of this office as well. Okay, so do you have any questions?
You said the policy was in the process. Do you have any plans? Do you know when you think it's going to be ready to be reviewed? How far along are you?
It's hard to estimate. It has been approved by the NSC 6 months ago. It's now still in the process with the TDRI. There's a committee that's in charge of the whole policy and plan of the country. They're taking they have meeting with us about a couple weeks ago, and there's still a lot of adjustment that we have to do with the plan. Okay, so that it will be up to their standard. Okay, but the draft version is in Thai. So, but you're welcome to have it, and Jared can translate it for you. Okay.
That's how the process usually works, so don't feel bad.
Yeah.
I just have a quick question on the slide with your international partners. It was great to see that you're working with so many different countries. I was just wondering, is there any like specific like system that you rank them, or are they just listed randomly like on that slide going down?
according to closeness in terms of cooperation, US came first. Okay. The thing is, I think it's just random, the order of flag. It doesn't have anything to do with anything. It's just random. Okay.
Is there anyone you haven't been able to establish a cooperative relationship with that you would like to?
Right now, we are so blessed to have a lot of countries that come to us and establish relationship regarding cybersecurity. Well, if I have a hope for in terms of the benefit from having relationship will be the exchange of information in some cases. For example, if we have good relationship with them and we are so close, and we found out that we got attacked from some IP address in the other country, we wish to have the relationship that we can present the information to their respective cert and have them investigate for us and cooperate with us. That's what we hope for at the level of closeness for cooperation. But right now we are happy just to have the dialogue, and for some country we need to develop the dialogue and then MOU first, but not the US, because we have a strong relationship between the government already. So there is no need to have specific dialogue between organizations. But for the rest of the world, usually they might have some kind of relationship between organizations. For example, for CERT India, we have developed the MOU with them so that we can exchange the information and cooperation with them for the future. So that's what we're looking for. Okay. Quite a few, they are business-based relationship. Literally and we love that about them. We wish to see more of Thai diplomats doing that. We love to see more of that because we admire the way they operate, that the embassies and the ambassador came to us and build a relationship and bring in the companies that provide the services. But we have to be selective on the level of closeness that we cooperate with them, because usually there will be a price tag between those cooperation as well. It wouldn't be for free. Okay. But most of them it's just a matter of trying to build relationship for the future cooperation. And like I said, hopefully we can reach the level that just in case somebody got attacked, and the rest can help with the investigation. That's the level we are looking for. Okay.
Okay, thank you. In part of about security law NCSA, the Cybersecurity Act to prescribe in notification the characteristic of organizations that have mission or provide service in following aspects of as an organization of critical information infrastructure or CII. The first, national security. The second, substance public service. The third, banking and finance. The fourth, information technology and telecommunication. The fifth, transportation and logistics. The sixth, energy and public utility. The seventh, public health and another of prescribed by committee. In addition, the law provides for creation of 12 secondary law that will be used as basic for implement of CII. As present, the NCSA have complete for announcement as follows. The first, determine to criteria and characteristics of an agency that has mission or provide service as organization of CII and assignment of supervision and regulation which has implement content about the consideration for the prescription of mission of service and organization of CII. The second characteristic, duty and responsibility of Nation Committee Agency Response Team, which has employment content about establishment of the Nation Coordination Agency for the Security of Computer System. The third, the Code of Practice and Standard Framework in maintaining cybersecurity for government agency and the organization of CII, which have important content about determine the Code of Practice and Standard Framework in maintaining cybersecurity. And the last one, characteristic of cyber threat, which has implement content about classification of cyber threats in each level, non-critical level, critical level, and crisis level, and for announcement are new available in Thai only. It will the translate into English in the future. Now I still announcement that need to be prepared with expect to complete within December of this year. Thank you for attention.
The second one is the one that established national cert. Okay, so even though Thai cert have been around for a long time, but the official status of it never been declared in the law. It's just it's happened because of necessity. We want to promote e-commerce, electronic transaction, but no one will take care as the one that will be the take care of cyber incident. But they've been doing very well, very good job for many years. But for our organization, the national cert, it was established under this law. Okay, and the second task will be the promotion of establishment for sectorial cert. Okay, because the one that already have, they've been performing very well. Is TB cert. But the other one, they are doing very well as well, but they may run into problem later regarding the budget issue. Is the TTC cert, is the telecom cert. They have a very good staff, but they might be run into problem with the money. But we have to help with the promotion on establishment for sectoral cert because we couldn't take care of every single sector. Okay. Even though we have 7 right now, but there's many more critical services underneath many organizations that we have to work with. So sectoral cert and regulators are the organization that we help and work with so that we can work with the rest of the government agencies and the CAI. Okay, and the fourth one on the screen, that's one related to Section 60. Section 60 is about the categorization for cyber incident. Okay, based on severity, and after we declare that this incident is critical, then it will give us some authorization on what we can do to prevent and mitigate the incident. Okay, and the crisis level is mean that we have to work with NSC, the National Security Councils, because it means that somebody die or there's a widespread panic or widespread lacking of services in many parts of Thailand and society, and it could cause the stability of the social and crisis at the nation level. So that's the fourth one. Okay. พี่ดามีกี่สไลด์ครับตรงนี้เมื่อกี้หมดแล้วเนาะOkay. So any question regarding law and legislature?
Let me add a little bit. Even though the last one is the characteristic of cyber threat, but the real one, I mean, by the meaning, the real meaning is the characteristic of the cyber incident. It is not the characteristic of the cyber threat as mentioned in the name of the law. So in fact, we thinking about the incident. If the incident is crisis, we need to take action closely with the National Security Council. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think it's time for us to take a 15-minute break. Okay.
Okay.
Let's continue discussion in the break room. Okay.
Sure. Okay. So right now the time is 11 a.m. So let's take 15 minutes break and we will come back at around 11:15. If you would like more coffee, just let our staff know. So if you would like the Wi-Fi password, we have the Wi-Fi password available for you and also the username as well. And let's say that our staff will give you like one each. It's the guest Wi-Fi password so that you can use during the next couple of days. Okay, welcome back. Did you enjoy the coffee? Like close to lunchtime, so I hope that you were not too full for lunch that we prepare for you. Okay. Yeah, should we resume? Okay, so we still have half an hour before lunchtime. And for the next slide about monitoring and responding cyber threats, I would like to invite the representative from the Cyber Operation Office. Please welcome.
Okay. Insert team have the two office. For one, coordination office and two operation office. For coordination office, work for coordination and support have the help desk sector and operation office work for before incident for proactive service. Insert team have the threat sharing service and test monitoring service for CAI, for private sector, for public sector. After the incident, insert team have the service incident response, forensic and investigation. But for now, operation team, incident response team, forensic and investigation team have a 3 staff only for now. Okay, next. This slide, summary for cyber threats in last year. For insert team, have the vulnerability for 42 cases. For vulnerability such as the incident for exploit by CVE, database, 78, website phishing, ransomware, defacement, APT, and other. Next. Apply different type for proactive. Answers team notify the incident and advise the troubleshoot, detect vulnerability list, or notify the involved organization to investigate. After provide cybersecurity information and coordinate the organization and analyze in the incident. For reactive response and cope with cyber threat. And last, quality management. I can see. Cyber security awareness training for another. Okay, thank you.
Quick question. You say sectoral CSIRTs down here. Is that the purple where it says private sector? Where does that?
I think that's the light purple. It's by Gov agency at the top. It's like the form.
Okay. Couldn't translate from here to there. I'm not seeing the right colors. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
All right.
let's go back one slide. Okay, when we say cases, what we meant is that is the actual sort of incident that we have to work with. Okay, so it's not the statistic that you might have seen, like when attempt scanning or detection of virus, but for our case, it means that usually someone is in trouble, like some vulnerabilities that could easily be exploited, and we provide them warning, or some data breaches that we try to approach them before it becomes the news, and website phishing, because right now there's a lot of government website or some only a few cases of public company that would exploit, but not defacement. The new trend now is, instead of rating your own web hosting, you just add on to our government website. And it was used for stealing credential, and it was used to help promotion with online gambling. Okay, so we have to take care of that because it's bad reputation, and also it means that there's already some weakness in the website that could lead to bigger problems. Okay, and for ransomware cases, usually it's from Lockbit 2.0. They love us so much, many company, and most of them are big company that got ransomware from Lockbit. Okay, and also I think dark matter or something that involved with ransomware. Okay, and APT. Our main focus is not to point finger to some other nation, but we categorize it based on their TTP. For example, they've been here for a long time. They take their time to collect information, and by the time we got into the incident, usually the first attempt is like 1 year ago. And we have a few of those cases, and we wish we could do better, especially the APT. In our point of view, I think it's much more serious to national security, much more than the ransomware. So hopefully we can build up the team, not just for the sectoral cert or our team, but also all the critical service IT staff. They have to be more capable in detecting this instead of waiting for a long time, and most of important stuff have been stolen. Okay.
So that was kind of my question. Were these discovered by you, or were they reported to you?
Usually there will be some incident that people found out that one service or one system stopped. And then after the investigation, follow up on this, then we dig more deeper, and then we found out that it's not just a simple cyber criminal. Okay.
Is this case resolved or resolved and ongoing?
Usually, most of these resolved by lacking of resources. For example, we didn't follow through until we catch the bad guys or the gang behind, because that's difficult. But we try to find a way how they get in, close that hole, and then try to restore the services. We didn't actually, closing the investigation after we have done every single thing we need to do. Because we kind of lacking in terms of resources. So the main mission when we tackle the case is that at least we need to find how to get in and close that hole and then restore the services. But not much going on with the after action investigation and follow up. Especially the ransomware is quite difficult to go through and try to find the culprit. But what we need to do is that we have to do the damage assessment and close all the loophole on how they get in. That will be our main task. Okay.
Thank you. So moving on about developing cybersecurity personnel, may I invite Ms. Sai Chon Sally, the Acting Director of Cyber Coordination Office. Please welcome.
Thank you. About the Cyber Coordinate Office is under insert also. We have 4 departments as shown in this slide.
Each department has different mission and divided by the type of organization, relationship, and support. Next, please. Okay. For NCSA, one of the important missions that we focus is to educate cybersecurity personnel in many levels. This slide shows our task about cybersecurity personnel development. We have the project called Incentive Cybersecurity Capacity Building Program. This project consists of 5 training programs. Course A, B, C, D, and Course E. Course A is Cybersecurity Foundation. We have trained personnel from 7 sectors of CII, including students and Thai citizens, up to 2,250 participants. And then we select candidates to take the ECSS certificate exam. Course B is for professional and expert level. We will train about 300 participants for taking CompTIA Security Plus certificate exams. For course C, D, and E, we provide this training course for cybersecurity specialists. For course C, the participants have to work in specific field and wish to take cybersecurity certificates such as CISSP, CompTIA CISA Plus, Cloud Plus, Project Plus, Network Plus, and Linux Plus. Course D is for 200 participants who are interested in OWASP and mainly focus on developing web application with security standards. And course E, we provide 3 alternative courses: SOC analyst, capture the fact, and threat hunter for about 200 participants. Next, please. We focus not only operation level, but also executive level. We have provided CISO course, which is stand for Executive Chief Information Security Officer. This course is for senior executive for government agency, CII agency, and relay sector. Next, please. This slide shows NCSA training course in intensive cybersecurity capacity building program. For example, OWASP Security Top 10, Cybersecurity Foundation, Cybersecurity for professional and expert level, SOC analyst, cyber threat hunting, and capture the fact. NCSA training courses are correspond with all group of participants. Also, we provide both online and on-site courses. That is all for coordination of this. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Any questions? Okay.
What's the time frame for you've got 2,250 in the last year or in the last 3 years? How many do you do every year?
Right now, we couldn't say every year. We hope to say every year.
Oh, sure.
But it's about 1 year.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a lot of people in 1 year. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, we do the class almost every week.
Oh, nice.
Okay. First, it's quite difficult to get people to join the class, but after a few classes, the word just starts spreading, so it's getting easier to get people to join in. And this project we have been trying to do this project for many years, but it's quite a complex project. We have to revise the TOR and change the different company that we work with for many times. And by the time we get the funding, get the project started, COVID came. So we have to change the plan again, revise the plan and start doing it for last year. We start around May last year. And then finally we get 2,000 something people to join in for fundamental classes. Hopefully, we can build them up to more expert level classes. Okay, and also in addition to learning based or lecture based, also we have lab based, which is called SOC analyst and the OWASP top 10. That's for those two classes, they have to take a pre-test before they can join. If they didn't pass the pre-test, we couldn't allow them to join the class. Otherwise, they wouldn't enjoy the material and the labs because it's quite difficult labs. And for SOC analysts and cyber threat hunting, at the end, we arranged to have the capture the flag event within the class. We copy the idea from SANS, okay, and the winning team got the medal. Okay, we copy everything from SANS, okay, even the medal. Okay, to make it more fun, instead of taking the test, they do this kind of event instead. Okay, go back one slide. Yeah. And this one, we love this activity so much because we can make some impact at the top level. As we all agreed, every security program we start with executive sponsor, and that's always very challenging. That's why for this class, executive chief information security officers, we try to recruit the student from executive side, but not cybersecurity. That's not the main goal for this. They will be in charge of the whole organization. They're like second in command. They will step up to be CEO in the future, and we try to recruit them for this class so that the executive will understand cybersecurity. Instead of cybersecurity people try to understand the business. Okay, and it was quite a success. There were 50 seats, but almost 300 people apply for it. So we have to make tough decision. At the end, we have to increase the seat to 70 to accommodate quite a few people that we couldn't cut off because they are high ranking in their responsibility and they will do a lot of good after they're finished with the class. So at the end, we end up with 70 persons. Okay.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you so much. So moving on about developing cybersecurity. Okay. About developing cybersecurity personnel, may I invite Captain Sirinet Rakwong from the National Cybersecurity Academy Office. Please welcome.
Good morning. I would like to welcome you here again. Yes, today I'm here to present our performance. I'm going to start with the online seminar that we have every month. First, we have cybersecurity knowledge sharing that is an online seminar for regulator, critical information infrastructure, and anyone who interested in by Zoom and NCSA Facebook. Anyway, we will have a next online seminar tomorrow, and Group Captain Amon conduct a discussion program 2 in the topic of security concerns in using blockchain and smart contracts. It's our 17th. And next, cyber clinic. Cyber clinic is quite cyber knowledge sharing, but target is only for regulator and critical information infrastructure. Yes, we just started this online seminar this year, and we did it already 4 times. And we will have next on next week. Yes, the overview of all quite good, more than expected. Yes. And now, next slide, please. We had a big project last year. It's a Thailand National Cyber Week. We have more than 1,500 people to register, and on event day we had more than 900 participants. We also streaming live on NCSA Facebook, and those who participate, they receive certificate too. Next slide, please. Not only our online seminar, but we also cooperate with other companies such as Tenmaco, Comtia, Mandiant, and Microsoft. Yes, for our picture, you can see that this event, we did it this year. Thank you for all listening. It was a pleasure being here today.
Okay, besides the activities, another task for academic bureau is to create human capacity development plan. Okay, we work with the PGI, this company in UK, to do a survey and do a research that we will use at the basis of human resource development plan for the next 5 years. Okay, but now we just discuss and show you about what we have done so far. But in the near future, we will work with Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation to create a sandbox courses for bachelor degree. Okay. Right now, we have no cybersecurity courses for bachelor degree. Only one private university offer it, and the capability is only for 200 people. But Vietnam, they can do 1,000 people per year and have about 4,000 in the pipeline for bachelor degree. Okay, so we have to do a little bit more in terms of formal education, and also for non-degree and reskill, upskill classes. There's a lot need to be done. Okay.
Which private university is it? And are you able to,
Bangkok University.
and are you able to send anyone abroad for training yet?
Well, if we have a chance, then we can send someone. But so far, there's a cooperation between Ministry of Higher Education and Royal Thai Armed Forces. They have 20 master degree scholarship for military, but not yet for civilian. Okay. Hopefully, we can make something happen for the civilian side for in terms of scholarship. Yeah.
All right, so next, let's move on to enhancing the organization of critical information infrastructure. May I invite Group Captain Jadet Kuhakongkit, the Director of Critical Information. Please welcome.
Thank you. According to the law, the CII organization must join the National Cyber Exercise. And last year, we set up the National Cyber Exercise with many organizations. There were 66 organizations joined the last year exercise, including CII organization, the regulation organization, and sectorial cert, and the other related organization. And we hope that they will understand more about how to do the incident response in the national level. And more than that, the main product from last year exercise is about the draft version of the National Cyber Incidents Response Plan. And after the exercise, we are working with the Office of National Security Council to make it officially approved. And we start talking with them last month, and we hope that we can make it the official one for them, because we usually got the question from CAI organization and regulator organization that they want to understand the flow or the process, how to work with NCSA and the Office of National Security Agency to do the incident response in the national level. And this is our main job, and this is my plan for this year. Okay. Next slide, please. For this slide, we make it in the tabletop exercise format, and because of the COVID, we even though I prefer to do an in-person exercise, but we cannot do that. So we do it in hybrid. For most of the participants, they join via virtual platform. But for the exercise control group, we put together into the big room at the lower picture in the slide. So we can organize it well. Most of the feedback is about the exercise is quite new. There are a lot of improvement for the next year exercise, and we hope to do that together with the organization. Next slide, please. I think that's all from me. If you have any question, please ask.
Did it seem like they wanted to do it again?
Of course. We plan to do that.
Yeah, good.
COVID is both the blessing and the curse. In some way, we didn't have the money because of COVID, but it gives us a reason to provide hybrid and virtual exercise. Because if we're going to do this without the money, it wouldn't be possible, because there are hundreds of people involved, and if we don't have the money for the venues, lodging, and food, it would be impossible. So if we do it virtually, then we can make something happen. It's not the best, because when we do it virtually, what happens is that the people who join virtually, sometimes they have some other tasks. They have the meeting to go to, their daily task. So sometimes they wouldn't give us the full attention for the exercise. But we make the best with what we can. Okay. And the main thing we have accomplished is the draft version of incident response plan. And we can get to introduce people to national cyber exercise. And that's the most important objective that we have fulfilled. Okay.
Let me add a little bit. At the academic session, SEI support us to brief the participant about the CERT function, and I got many feedback from them. In summary, they want to learn more about to establish the sectorial CERT or the CERT itself in their organization. So I think this is one of the main things that we got from many organizations. And on 17, I sent the invitation letter to most of the sectorial CERT. So I hope that they will learn from your side, and I hope that in the future we can have some kind of specific class, maybe a 5-year, 5-day class, or maybe if it's possible, I'm not sure that we can send some personnel to the course or not, or maybe you just give us the resources about how to build up the CERT, so we can share to them and to help them to make their own sectorial CERT better. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And last but not least, about Cybersecurity Research Center, may I invite the representative from the Cybersecurity Research Center, please welcome.
Thank you. I'm a representative from Cybersecurity Research Center team. We aim to the exhibit for a fully functional functional research center within 5 years. Therefore, we expect the two executives perform the following tasks. Next slide. Conducting cybersecurity research, creating and managing multidisciplinary research collaboration, exchanging and creating research artifacts, collecting and analyzing cybersecurity incidents, disseminating cybersecurity information, defining and setting local cybersecurity standards, and collaborating with local and international research agencies. Next slide. This picture depicts our organization. We have research and development team, data team, and development team, data analysis and processing team, and testing and certification team. So far, we have participate in several collaborative meetings and get some relevant information for carrying on our mission. And next slide. We also publish our article on the NCSA website, and this I conclude our research center presentation. Thank you.
Let's go back to slide. Okay, there's a lot of tasks, but only few people. So we haven't found the right partner or the funding for all the tasks, but a lot that need to be done regarding the research.
Speaking of resource constraints, do you have any particular research priorities for this function?
Right now, we want to develop Thai local cybersecurity certification. Yeah, that will be the main task. We'll plan to work with TPQI. They are the office that in charge of doing the certification in Thailand right now. Okay, that's the main task that we want to do research on. Okay, because we realize that for certification, it's not just the material and the exam, but there might be the way that we measure what we actually want before we provide certification. That's the main task.
So that's for individuals, but you're talking about certifying organizations. Okay, not yet. Okay.
We still have a lot to learn regarding how to set and certify the standard, even though the law allow us to do it, but to make sure that the standard we have set will be acceptable to all, it requires some time for us to establish ourselves in Thailand, so that when they heard about it, they will trust us. That is a good sign that they have seen that when we set the standard. So it takes some time. So the priority right now is just start with the research on how to do the certification, the local certification. Okay.
Thank you very much. Should we continue? I think we still have NCSA next up.
Okay. So the next step will be the continuation to drive forward the policy and plan. Like I said, after we finish and get approved and signed by the government, the next step will be even harder to put that into action, to make sure that all the organization will follow the policy and plan. Okay. And also the human capacity and capability development. That will be the long continuation, and we have to do it for all ages. Okay. For example, we have to work with Ministry of Education to develop cybersecurity course for high school. Okay. Right now, if you are in Thailand and read up on the news, you will hear about somebody got fooled by call center gang. It shouldn't happen right now. And they should have the cybersecurity vaccination since very young age. In high school, they should learn about cybersecurity threat and how to handle it. That for high school level, and also for at the college level, that's a part I have discussed that we have to work with. Okay, and for reskill, upskill as well, we have to find some way to turn all the IT staff so that they can have some cybersecurity knowledge. Okay. And another thing we have to push forward in terms of human capability is we need more Chief Information Security Officer in all the CII and government organization, because right now, both the CIO, Chief Information Officer, and CISO is the additional task that will be given to the deputy or someone high up in the executive level, but not actual CISO or actual CAO. So we have a lot of problem regarding not just cybersecurity, but also digital transformation as well, because it's an add-on task to whatever we have. So we have to develop more CISO for the executive level. And also the senior citizen, we provide some of the training via the online seminar, but that's not enough. We need to have more cooperation to increase the awareness for senior citizens, because they are one of the main target for cyber criminal. So we have to work in increase the level of awareness. So all the ages that we have to work with regarding human capacity and development. Okay, and the national cert, that's the one that hopefully we can learn more from you. For Thai national holiday, even though it's a weekend, but we plan to have online class with your team, okay, but only half a day, because Noparat, he just joined our team, but only few of the member that have learned from the class that you provide back in November. So hopefully him and his team will be the main audience, but the rest from CSA will join in as well. And for that class, if we have a chance for the future, hopefully we can be a focal point to provide the training for Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam in the future, because that will be good. It will be good result from our cooperation, that we can join force together, not just between Thai and the US, but also for the other nations as well, because for Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam, I think that try to establish the CERT as well, and we want to cooperate with them. So one of the way to do it is to create the environment that we all can join and learn together, and hopefully we can build relationship with them as well. Okay. And the first one is a promotion in establishment the sectoral CERT. Okay. One thing we just learned last week is that we spell sectorial wrong. It should be sectoral. But as you can see, it's quite new. So even the wording is still wrong. Okay. Okay, that's the main next step that we try to drive forward for this year and the near future. Okay. Okay, and of course the constraint, budget, and personnel, always the case. Okay, so for budgeting, sometimes we have to work with the private company. For example, Trend Micro, they want to provide training, and if they do it by themselves, sometimes people might not have interest. If they do it with us, in that program, we have about 1,000 people joining in. So it's good for their promotion when they do join with us. they have better interest from the people. It raises the awareness, and it's good way for them to spend their PR money. We do the quality control for the content to make sure that it doesn't say that buy our product, but it provides security awareness that in Thai, so that most people can enjoy and use it. And at the end, we give the presentation material so that they can the people who join the class can be the trainer for their own organization. Okay. And also we join with Palo Alto to have capture the flag event. For that one, the main focus is the college and university that use Palo Alto in their classes. But at the end, we convince them to allow the other university to join in as well. So it make learning fun by using gamification. Okay. And for that event, we as the same thing, we use our good name to help them with the PR, and we can increase the number of people who be interested in cybersecurity by joining force with the other to overcome the issue with the budget. Okay. And also we a lot of funding from what we call DE fund. MDES have been very supportive to us. The place we are staying right now is provided to us by MDES generosity. But now we pay for electricity and water bill, but the rent they have covered it for us. So that's very nice of them. And they provide funding for additional project that we have as well. Okay. And in terms of personnel, we have to overcome by ask people in government agencies to keep on loan personnel to work with us. Okay. In exchange, we have someone that have experience facing the real threat and go back to work in their own office. Okay, and that's how we try to overcome this issue. Hopefully, it will get better, because I think it's common for newly established organization to have this kind of problem, but you have to be very creative in terms of the way that you can overcome such issues. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I guess that's it for the presentation. And now I would like to open up the floor for any other discussion on what we have explained to you so far. Okay.
ค่ะ do you
I
have
think
any
one
other
thing
question?
missing from this slide is the Thailand Cyber Top Talent. Okay. It's the capture the flag event that we have for the whole country of Thailand. And we separate the selection for the qualification round into different regions of Thailand. Like the best team from North, one from the South, and different region. And then we will compete the final round together. And we have it for 3 levels. One for secondary school or high school level. The second one is college and university. And the last one is general public. Okay. And the top prize is 100,000 baht for the win, the team that win. And the way that we operate and doing this help us to send a team to join Cyber Sea Game. Cyber Sea Game was run by Japan and EDA, okay, under the ASEAN Japan Cyber Security Capacity Building Program. Okay, and this year we won. Yeah. And every time we win in Singapore, we would like to brag about it, because usually it doesn't happen. Okay. But we quite so lucky, because the winning team, the guy doing smart contract auditing for a living. So he hacking blockchain for a living already. So for the CTF, it's not difficult for him. But that's one of the way to increase and inspire people to join cybersecurity workforce, because unlike the field of dreams, if you build it, maybe nobody comes. You have to inspire people to come, not just building it and hope that they will come. Okay.
Right. Any other points or issues or questions that you would like to mention? Yes, please.
We can talk about this. I think two of them are well established is the TB cert. TB is Thai Bank cert. It's like been around for many years. It was established under the Thai Bank Association. And since, you know, cyber threat is a big threat for bank and finance industry, so they chip in the money to establish TB cert. And it's well established, and they have performed very well in coordinating and provide cyber threat intelligence and help with the investigation just in case that Thai banks got hacked. And the other one is TTC cert. This one is for telecommunication. Is what provide the funding from NBTC under the umbrella of research, but hopefully they can get more funding because they have funding for the first 3 years and it's almost the time is running out. But hopefully they provide good service for that sector, so they should get more additional funding. The other one is in the plan. It's health cert for public health. It's in the process right now, and the other one is FinCert. It's the cert that will be involved with insurance and stock market and some other related organization. Okay. Many more to come, and we hope that there will be success in terms of establishment. Okay. And GovCert will be run by DGA, but mainly maybe just provide the coordination function because they're lacking in terms of personnel. They have to use existing personnel to perform a cert function, but they have a lot of important system that they have to take care of. So in the near future, they will hopefully they will be well established because they are very successful in providing IT and security IT services to the government so far. But we need to ask them to add one of these services to their service catalog to provide cert function for government. Yeah. So and when we transfer the cert here, we will continue to pay the membership fee to SEI. I just wonder for a long time now, how much does it cost to use the name cert?
Yeah, so I think I may have mentioned this before. So that process has gone away, and it was free. So so the trademark process though is no longer required for the international teams. So that should be easy.
Well, that's great news. Because every time we say national cert or Thai cert, some smart guy or gal will say that you cannot use that name. It's registered trademark. You have to pay for it. Now I can say chop it back to their face. It's no longer true.
Yeah, I can send you the link to our page that says it now. So if you need it.
But I think most importantly is the establishment and the readiness of the team so that our national cert or Thai cert will be fit to use that name. That's the most important thing. It's not just the sign, but the people. Okay. To make it well established. It's not the place. Okay. we realized that's why we need to ask our team to join your class on the weekend. Because before that, we never have a chance for our team to meet with your team, even though you provide so many learning and training session. So this weekend would be good for our team to join the class. Okay.
Okay, anything else?
Okay. I guess we can continue discussion during lunch. Now it's good
Okay,
time we
sure.
break for lunch. And after we come back, you can continue to ask the question or discussion. But the main thing will be the discussion about our draft 5-year plan that we have draft behind your back with Maiter. So now it's good time to get your input and add on to it. Okay. So that at the end, the result it will be provided to State Department, Department of State, so that it could be used for future planning for our corporation. Okay. So thank you very much for this morning session, and thank you everyone on my left side. It's their first time briefing, so so please, if they don't perform well, blame it on me. If they did well, give them the rounds of applause. Okay, let's have a lunch break and แล้วกลับมาอีกทีกี่โมง
So right now the time is 12:16. I guess we can start a little bit later, like around 1:15 would be a good time. Okay, so lunch is served in the break room, the Cyber Square room, and I think what's on the menu is Thai specialty. I think it's pad Thai today. So you get to taste your first meal here. So enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back at 1:15 in this room.
Excuse me, Jared, yesterday I sent you the 5-year plan via email. Do you want me to share the 5-year plan? Okay. No problem. I will share for you.
So a note from the technician, he says that the username and password for the Wi-Fi access can be used up to until next Wednesday. Okay, so you don't have to change the new one. And also, like during the afternoon session, do you have to share any slides on the screen? No, okay. Oh, okay. So if anybody would like to share the screen during the afternoon session, you can join the Zoom and then you can share it so that it will appear on the big screen here. Thank you. So we will wait a little bit for some of the members to be ready and join the afternoon session. How was lunch? Yeah, you like it? It's nice. You're welcome. It's the work of everybody involving. Thank you, all the executives as well. They are really like supportive, right, with the budget and everything, and also like everybody involving the work of the whole organization.
I already share the presentation. Can you switch to Zoom?
Sure. Okay, ค่ะพี่นุพี่นุงั้นเราครบแล้วเนาะ
This is the presentation that we working with MITRE team. As Group Captain Amon said, we will try to work together with you to continuously work with this document. So let's check about this, and we okay ได้ครับ we divided the line of effort into developing the incident response plan, developing national CERT, developing the sectoral CERT, developing national coordination center, and CAI cybersecurity engagement and support. We also add another line of effort about develop the national cybersecurity research center, and this is the last line of effort. Please feel free to give your opinion about this.
Okay. Okay. For this, do you have a copy in hand? Because it's quite small. Yeah. Okay. Good. So please take a look. And if you have any question because you weren't there, so in case you need clarification, please don't hesitate. Now we haven't put in the exact year on how we plan to do this. Okay, we just use the logic in terms of in the stage of laying the foundation, establish some baseline, and formalize it, and then develop for the future. That's for the top one. Okay, and on the left, that's one is for the major task. Okay, and in each of the cells, there's activities on what we plan to do. Okay,
For the activities, is there a distinction between test and exercise of the IRP? It says test and exercise, and I don't know exactly what the distinction between those two would be.
Which one?
Under formatting a risk-based approach, test and exercise IRP, is that just does that just mean periodic testing going forward, or what is the difference between test and exercise?
Let me try to explain, because the national IR plan need to be tested in the exercise to make sure that the plan is work. So this is my thought right now, and if you think it need more testing in the other area, you can recommend us. But right now, I think the plan itself should be tested in the next exercise. Okay.
So maybe we have to rewording to reflect that. Okay. Basically, we want to test the National Cyber Incident Response Plan. We exercise. Yeah, but the wording might be misleading. But because we need to revise it every year, and then testing the plan, we are exercising it and then revise it. Yeah.
For the first column of the incident response plan, would you consider any of those steps already completed, or those are everything is still being worked on and lay the foundation?
Even though we have the first draft, in my opinion, it's not yet complete. We still need to study or understand many framework or expertise from your side. So in my opinion, we need to work more to make this draft better.
Okay.
One of the items that I don't see is learning from your incidents when you have them. I think that would maybe make sense under the maturing the cyber ecosystem, lessons learned from incidents, maybe to include that to help grow your program.
I think we can add it. Is it in the layer of the foundation?
No, the maturing.
Probably maturing, I would think, but
Learn from lesson learned from cyber incident.
yeah.
I think that's for the develop national cert, right? Or the we still on the top one.
Probably both. Yeah.
Okay. ตอนนี้ใครคุมสไลด์โอเคครับ คืออันนี้น่าจะไปอยู่ตรงอันขวามือสุดนะครับ เรื่องของพวก lesson learn ทางขวามือสุดmaturing นะครับ อาจจะทั้งสองอันคือ lesson learn from cyber incident แล้วก็อาจจะตัวนี้ก็อาจจะช่วยทั้งเรื่อง IR plan ด้วย เพราะว่าพอใช้แผนไปแล้วก็อาจจะมีบางเหตุการณ์ที่ต้องกลับมา revise แผนนะครับ lesson learn.
Yeah, that will help drive what you have above in the incident response plan. For making those adjustments, you'll need the national cert to capture.
lesson learn นี้ต้อง specific เรื่อง incident response from incident. As incidents ทั้งคู่
So I see threat information called out here. Is there a particular reason vulnerability information or disclosure is not called out in the plan? If that's not part of the mission. I mean,
it's not right now for vulnerability disclosure is not in our law right now, and maybe because back then and even in the near future we haven't made any product Okay, so right now it's like the US thing or some other countries thing. So we haven't put it there. But mainly we will do the sharing of vulnerability. And also, if people found out that some government website are vulnerable, usually they just report to us. It's not, there's no public mechanism to actually publish the vulnerabilities.
Is there an intention to put vulnerability coordination, kind of an activity you described in here? I didn't see it.
I don't think it's going to be one of the initial services of the CERT.
Okay, sorry. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I think they're starting with just a few and then expanding. Let's see. So under the national CERT for the first column, it mentions the platforms for information sharing, well, and establishing the standards for that, but you may need to have a separate one for incident reporting, because incident reporting that you're requiring to come from the critical infrastructure entities is different than information that you plan to share with your non-constituents. Is that more process and repository?
Yeah, I might say incident management platform, but
yeah, that's good. What's that? Sorry. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna send a message after this to find out for certain, and then we have this session on that Tuesday, I think. So I want to make sure I have an answer first before I mention it, because I'm not sure now that if they're actually moving the mission, then they may or may not be required to.
can you, under the incident response plan in establishing and implementing common baselines, that first bullet says establishment of standard. For what? For just incident response, or I'm not sure.
Yes. That one.
Okay.
Under laying foundations for developing national CSERT, I see a few other places you kind of allude to the standards or the kind of like group of standards that will be used, but are there any thoughts on what standards or other information you have on information sharing? It's the first column, second box down.
Is that going to be related to your MISP implementation?
Yes, that's what we sort of chosen. We choose the myth will be a standard, both the software product and also the way that we're gonna be exchanging. Because if we select something else, it would be difficult to try to make all the pieces fit together. So we chose myth. Like I said, because we have some good partnership that will help us along the line of implementing it. Okay.
Maybe I'm missing it here, but there might also be a data sensitivity piece that's needs to be put in there in terms of like, like kind of a red, yellow, green sharing, like what.
Yes.
Oh,
That's
not.
I think that's one of the first lesson that TB-CERT team provide to us about the TLP, traffic light protocol. That's one of the first lesson that they provide that in order to establish trust, there would be a formal definition for the classification and sensitivity of exchange the information. Okay, we're going to use a TLP for that classification. Okay.
And that's fine. There's just for awareness, there's an updated version of TLP coming out soon, so it should be out before June. It just has some updates to some pieces, but it's generally still the same framework.
So underlying foundations again for developing the coordination center, capability and maturity models for managers to understand. Is that saying that their capability and maturity models already chosen that managers are going to be trained in, or do those models need to be chosen still?
Mm-hmm. And you're
Oh,
so you're planning to do the National Coordination Center? Because I think the last conversation, it was just going to be the national cert without the national center.
I think that will come later.
Okay.
Because this one will help with the national cert, and it will help with incident response plan for the future. So we'd like to start the discussion now, but
Okay.
formalized establishment might come later. Okay. For this, I guess we have to make something that managers will understand. For example, for the NIST framework, it's good for technical folk, even though there's we turn technical term into English term, but still it will be difficult to have some, in Thailand we call it the level, like instead of spider chart, you might have to find some way to say that you're on level 2, going on level 3, for example, just like that. More like CMM for software, capability maturity model, but this one is for cybersecurity capability. Okay, that's what we wish to have. Okay, and the other one we have learned is C2M2. That's a product that Group Captain Chadet have been using for cybersecurity capacity model. It's called C2M2. We might adapt that to this case, but we need something to communicate with the manager. That's the bottom line for this one. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So in the top row, Group Captain Jadet, I see the line item underlay the foundation for develop cyber severity scheme.
Mm-hmm.
Could you describe what's included in that? I'm trying to find somewhere that where you've got a incident classification. Does that fall in there or no?
I think it should be like that. We should clarify our classification of the incident, and it should be the part of lay the foundation. This is my understanding.
Yeah, we'll go through what they
Um,
have so far.
And
then we have
as I
slides on both.
remember from talking to my other team, they discussed with us about the crowd jewel analysis. They also talking with us about the risk assessment, and one of the part that we discussed is about the severity scheme. So it should be like that.
And for the sector CSERTs, will NCSA or someone else be directing, like who establishes, like who's operating each sector CSERT, or is it up to the sector to decide how they're going to do it?
There's a variety. The first for TB cert is what the agreement from Thai Bank Association lead by the regulator, which is Bank of Thailand.
Right.
Okay, and that's one of the example. The other one is the association for telco company, but not all the telco that work together to establish those. And MBTC, which is the regulator, provide the initial funding. Okay, so basically for sectorial cert, there must be source of funding and the regulator that understand that will help and see the needs to establish sectorial cert. Usually, if it's just for the industry by itself, without regulators, it would be difficult. Okay, usually, so that's why it will require some kind of association with the regulators, work together and establish sectorial cert. Yeah.
So you may need to add in either the first or the second column, depending on at what stage you want to do it. So similar to what you have in the incident response plan, where you have to educate the stakeholders, you may need an education piece here to educate those sectors that don't have a CSERT on why they need one and how they can get started. And what we will do in, I think it's next Tuesday's session for the sector CSERT discussion. Since it's 2 hours, we can do the first hour. We have slides that we can go through that explain the sector CSERT framework that we developed in the different phases of developing a sector CSERT, and then do discussion with those that are participating to learn more about where they're at in the development of their sector CSERT. But something similar or similar workshops might you might want to coordinate for when you're ready, so that those sectors that don't have one can start to learn the process, and then that way they're doing it from the lessons learned of the others rather than having to start from scratch.
And one thing you might add when we have a workshop is that how to start sectorial cert with zero or no money by setting up the relationship,
right,
by setting up coordination office. Yeah, because a lot of people confuse cert with SOC. When you say SOC, you need money to establish a room full of TVs and display. But for cert, we can start with just a coordination office and define a group and procedure to work together. I think that would be a good starting point.
Just to clarify, and kind of an informal situation like that, that would that like suffice under the law that you're trying to meet or to satisfy?
Yeah, because sectorial cert is not a must. It's the means to help us and ties cybersecurity posture. So it doesn't matter on how many functions they perform. and sectoral cert, as long that they have some kind of a coordinate body between us in terms of cybersecurity incident. That's a good starting point, and we can build it up from there. The requirement right now is the national cert that said that this is the must. But for the sectoral cert, we can just work with them and start with whatever they have and declare them as the official sectoral cert. Okay. But they don't have to do all of it. Okay.
So the sector cert column has threat information sharing. What about incident information sharing? That probably should be added somewhere.
Sectors, it depends because
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
if they're not providing response activities, then they won't.
Okay.
If
Yeah.
they're doing this.
Yeah, because right now,
we may define their service.
according to our law, there is no need for Thai organization to disclose information about the breach. But we will highly encourage them to go to the public because from the last year, if they don't, usually the media will get a hold of it and publish rumors instead of fact. But that's one difference between us and the US. They're not required to go to the public about the breaches. Okay. Yeah, but it's part of our SOP to prepare press release statement with the victim organization, even though they are not required by law, because usually when the press get a hold of it, the information on news will be worse than it is. But it's not required by law that they have to go to the public.
I think you said this morning it may be about 6 months before the decisions are made about how some of TICERT functions will transfer.
The decision had been made. They agreed to transfer all that to us, but it was part of the package to transfer the equipment and the other thing as well. That's why we haven't formally signed it. There was some older equipment, about 3 or 4 years old, that according to the law, we need to do something about it. We cannot leave it at the EDA or TICERT because according to law, they need to transfer all of those things to us. Okay. The guy who dropped the law, he or she probably think that they're so smart, but at the end, they just say that anything that happened before 2019. So anything before 2019, usually there's no license, only hardware. The software could not run. So even though we got it, still we could not use it. So we have to find some way to write it off at EDA and just transfer the role and responsibility and the good name of TICERT to us. But it's required a lot of cooperation between our legal team and the accountings to talk to EDA so that it will be finalized. Okay. And all of that document will be signed together after we got a nod of approval from the cabinet. Okay. That's why it takes such a long time. Yeah.
And I was asking because you may want to add to the national cert column in the foundation column something related to the transfer as well as what's a good term, sort of your marketing and your education to within Thailand and international partners about, this has happened, right? This is we are growing, and this is the the change and the transfer. Right.
About the awareness of newly
changes.
established Thai cert
Yes.
after the transfer.
There might also be room in here to add something specific about activities for not only importing the technology, but also attempting to, if not import, at least intake and try and rationalize with your way of working here, whatever SOPs or like work procedures exist at TICERT now. If it's a center of capacity now, we don't want to lose that. Yeah.
Yeah, I understood, but it's hard to put into words.
Right.
I think at the top bullet there says you want to design the new one, but you
Yeah,
might
maybe
say, you know,
maybe
design
in
the new one and incorporate what you can.
Yeah, maybe the transfer of experience or transfer experience from TICERT to new TICERT or TICERT to NCSA, transfer the experience.
Finding a name for that.
Or original TICERT to NCSA TICERT.
TICERT 1.0.
Yeah.
Do you know if they plan to just update their name and mission to a different focus?
They'll probably be left out for now because as it is right now, since 2019, a lot of people in original TICERT have been assigned to new positions within EDA. They might be doing something else in the new project, but still related to security or something else. Because they have known for a while about the plan to transfer, and the funding has been cut already in advance because that's easy. But new funding to support in transferring TICERT to GovCert at DJA is not yet approved because get new funding is difficult. Cut funding is easy.
One kind of specific task for supplanting them too, that like I've seen people have problem with in the past. The contact info that you put out for the new TICERT will of course be current, but there are going to be third parties that have posted TICERT info for the old TICERT that will not be updated. And those may be the primary source of that contact info for other places. So there's going to be, I guess for lack of a better word, laying the foundations task of going through affiliate third parties and making sure that information they distribute as well is valid.
We plan to transfer those the website, email, and we continue to register under old name, so that will be easier transition. And once we assume the responsibility, then we will spread out the news and do the PR, so that people will know that it would be TICERT under EDA anymore, but will be run by CSA. But we will keep the domain names, keep the Twitter account, and all, and use transfer the password as well, and then use change something else, but keep the old identity. So that'll be easier when people want to report something to TICERT. They don't have to find a new email address. They can use the old email address, and the other, even the PGP private key, we plan to transfer that as well, just in case that people want to encrypt email to us. And on the transition, the Thai Cert EDA team plan to introduce that to the community as well. That will be the one to assume the responsibility for Thai Cert. Yeah.
Maybe. Underneath the row that says CII cybersecurity engagement and support, there's a there we go. Couldn't see cyber workforce development on the copy that I have here. So there's a number of areas where you talk about understanding cyber risk management, risk assessment and mitigation. I don't see anything where you're establishing the risk management standards or program that you'll use.
We plan to have some guideline about that in this fiscal year. We working with consultant to develop the risk management framework guideline and risk assessment guideline. If you can recommend us about this, it will be great for me. So can I put it into the first column?
Yeah, probably and lay the foundation, I think.
That's great.
I mean, if you're already using the NIST as a standard for security, they have a risk management framework as well.
Yes.
Might be useful.
NIST 837.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I would say the same line you have risk assessment and risk mitigation education under cyber workforce development. You would want to put right above there for actually running that risk assessment exercise as part of the engagement program. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, assessment training and just actually having that exercise in the area, right? Probably in the formatting a risk-based approach under CII is where I was thinking it would go. Under CII cybersecurity engagement and support. Does it? Yeah. Yeah, I think that works.
Sorry, we're consulting amongst ourselves, but so especially for the national cert, but I guess for several of these, like in the presentation this morning, there have been some challenges from the human resource perspective. Is there any plan at this time on how that will overlap with this? So for example, developing the national CSERT, laying the foundation, you currently only have, how many designated staff are working the incident response with the director?
Do you mean the personnel plan for the national cert, right?
Right.
How about training for cert personnel? But where to put it? It might be on the first one, right?
Well, I mean, how many people do you have currently working the national
3
cert?
technical staff.
3?
Yeah.
Right. So I guess thinking
it might be increased in terms of capability and capacity.
Right.
Yeah.
You might be able to lay the foundation with the 3 that you have, but how many people might be needed before you can move on to the next category?
Personnel development plan.
Or hiring plan. Like what is the
development and hiring plan? Development and hiring.
And that might go into more than one column, right? So that's for national cert, but you might have that for your coordination center as well. If that's later, then you may not be doing the personnel piece right away. And those are probably more for you than for, well, it does help us as well, because when you start to decide when you start putting these against a timeline, Like right now you have it as 5-year plan, but haven't identified what's happening in year 1 versus year 2. Some of these are going to be dependent on the staffing plan, right?
So for implementing or establishing and implementing common baselines of the developed national CSERT block there, I know it's pretty constrained based on what you told me in terms of just being like threat stuff, but and I imagine it could be included here already, but maybe there needs to be a bullet there for inclusion of like threat mitigation information too. Not necessarily, that could easily be part of like the info that's already being shared, but threat mitigation stuff is close enough to fixing a vulnerability that I would be nervous that it wouldn't be shared in this context.
Yeah, and I wonder if we put too much in the foundation column and we need to put some of this in the implementation column here. We can always go back and reorganize.
Threat committee. Yeah, threat.
Yeah, I think a lot of things get just lumped under the first bullet under SOPs and yeah, I think that's fine. That makes sense. In your second. Yeah. No, where you just put threat mitigation instruction, just move that bullet to the second column. Yes. Oh, just move it to the right. That's okay. There's lots of squares. Sticky note. I wouldn't get too specific yet until we got to get them through this setup. It was, I don't have it handy, but the CSERT development continuum, what we have in like the higher levels, if there's something that we need to put here. I don't have it handy at the moment, but we could, again, we could take a look at it and bring it back. Yeah. We added a lot in that column anyway. Yeah, and I think that's reasonable anyway for a 5-year plan to get to sustaining, because you're going to go from nascent to developing to sustaining. So yeah, but I think you won't be able to refine it until some of this stuff gets put in place.
We're just going back in our heads through our model, make sure we covered everything.
And this is a danger when you work at a university. You become prone to endless debate about like, yeah.
Do you need to score up, or do you need me to do the things?
No, like what we decided it's actually good the way it is. We were mostly looking at the formatting and risk-based approach updates to operations. I think the consensus here is that it needs to stay a big category. Doesn't need to be more specific. Sorry.
Until some of the earlier stuff gets done, you probably won't be able to refine that. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah. Actually, I want to inform you that this is not the final day for this. After this day, I will send you the last update, or maybe you can think about this again, and maybe you can modify, and after that you can come back to us and talk with us again. No need to finish it all today.
Before you send it out for today, let's have some update status, put in specific date on the latest version we have, so that when we come back, we will know that we need to have the update version. We need to have some kind of versioning or version control of this document just to be sure. Okay, just find some place to put it in on each of the major pages, but not on the first one, because it might missing out when we print it out. So on every page, maybe on the top one, yeah, that put in some date so that we will know that on date we have the latest, we updated. Yeah. เดี๋ยวขอเดือนเป็นคำภาษาอังกฤษเลยนายเมย์นายเมย์เพราะว่าเรากับเขาวันเดือนปีเรียงต่างโอเคครับ
So if you think today is enough, so for this part, I think it's okay for us. And I'm not quite sure that for the other office or center, is there anything that you need to ask? พี่ดาครับมีอะไรจะถามไหมครับพี่ป๋องครับมีอะไรจะถามไหมครับเกี่ยวกับeducation and center I'm not quite sure that for your point of view, do you have any workforce development courses or curriculum that you can recommend us? Because we have cybersecurity school, and we need to improve it. So if you can recommend us about this, it will be great.
Yeah, that's what we're thinking. We're trying to determine. So I don't think we have coursework in the organization on how to develop your workforce development program. We have courses that are usually part of specific job functions for developing that workforce. I don't know if you have.
So for
thoughts on
example,
there.
we have like a lot of courses on like the fundamentals to advanced incident handling topics, but we don't have information on how to teach your HR or other functions how to develop I don't know,
A training plan.
a training plan or something like that.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that maybe some of the MITRE's workshops.
Okay. And for right now, how do you provide the training? Is it an online course or in-person training for cert
So
function?
for any of the ones that we do, especially the training related to the cert, we can do either option. We've been doing them remote during COVID, and but normally we do them in person.
Oh.
And so that's what we're hoping from the discussions on the national cert I think on next Tuesday, if we can understand what would be helpful as far as training topics next to build the existing staff and then potentially future staff, then we can recommend which of our training courses would be applicable.
Right now, do you have a course catalog or syllabus for the offer classes?
Yeah, we have a list with summaries of the most frequent ones that we do as part of the capacity building that we can send. And then if there's something specific that is needed and it's not on that list, you can always still ask. It doesn't mean that we don't have it. It just means those are the most common ones as part of the capacity building.
Okay, I guess we can start from there. Okay, with the existing document that you may have, and also for I don't know if it will be appropriate for cyber workforce development. For if we could maybe send someone to join the class or have someone join virtual class that you have. I don't know how we manage in terms of funding, but that might be something to discuss for the future. To send someone to join with your class, just in case that there is no restriction for us.
Because it's not quite sure right now. Maybe I put the question mark about that, so you can think about it, and if you have any other idea about this, you can modify it.
Because we just have discussion with the head of original Thai cert, the original one that was established under NECTEC almost 10 years ago. And he said in the beginning, he sent a team of his staff to be trained by cert for about a month and come back as established Thai cert. So hopefully we can sort of pick up on that kind of classes again to help setting up the team.
Yeah, what we'd like to do is pretty much the same classes that you're talking about. We would develop a plan for conducting that training with the CERT staff as part of the capacity building effort in that foundation column that you have. I think we talked about that probably early on, but there wasn't staff yet. So
because I still remember on that day, Saraburi Hospital got attacked by ransomware, and we have a meeting online while I'm driving to Saraburi Hospital. And back then, we discussed about training, and totally me. I have no staff to train with you. So now it's getting a little bit better. Now we have 3. But when we do this, it wouldn't just be for us. Okay, we will recruit people from existing sectoral search. We will recruit from the team that interested in setting up the sectoral search to join. Okay, it wouldn't just be the training just for the 3 or 4 of our members. Okay, we make our best use of your time to make sure that we got someone with potential to learn and potential to apply the knowledge to set up the sectoral search.
Right.
Okay, and that will be something we're looking forward to have with you. Okay, I think that's about almost 2 years ago. In some October time frame of 2020. That's the first time we have discussion.
And that's good. Most of the incident response training is sometimes helpful anyway to have some of the constituents participate, since they are the ones who are supposed to be reporting and collaborating with the national cert. So for them to train together, we usually just put like a max number though to participate in each course, so that they can work on exercises or in-class group activities in small groups together.
I have to practice saying constituency.
Yes.
That's the first time I heard from your document. Yes. And after I saw that, I see it everywhere. But before stakeholder and constituency.
ของคนอื่นครับไม่แน่ใจว่าน้องนุมีอะไรเพิ่มเติมจะถามไหมครับไม่มีนะครับ
And also for our MCs, she's the representative from HR. Okay, I'm not sure if you are familiar with recruitment or something to post on the job finding board, or how to specify the qualification. So instead of just discussion about training existing people, but have you ever worked with the job specification and job description as well for the recruitment process? Okay, so that next time she could be MC and part of the discussion as well regarding SRD and SRM.
Right, thank you for including me in.
Okay, anything else?
Okay, so I think that's about it for today. Okay, so thank you very much, everybody. And let me give you a little bit of the overview of tomorrow's schedule. Okay, so tomorrow we'll be seeing each other again in this room around 9:30, 10 a.m. And around 10 a.m. there will be a presentation from NCSA about the National Cyber Incident Response Plan by Group Captain Cadet, and also from a representative from NSC. And also in the afternoon, there will be activities led by SEI on developing NCIRP up until around 4 p.m. Tomorrow, we will be seeing each other again for the whole day. Okay, if you have any questions, maybe we can keep the question for tomorrow. No? Okay, like maybe today, go back and then you. No, probably.
That's the first time I heard MC say that.
No, it's just like because we have left a lot of time together already for the Q&A. So maybe you go back and like, oh, I have this question. Maybe I'll come back tomorrow and ask more.
Give you more time for shopping. We need your American dollars, so please.
Okay, so that's the snack box for the afternoon. Right.
The snack box will come into handy when you woke up in the middle of the night, because usually that will happen. Okay.
And I have every day since I've been here. From 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. I can't sleep.
So thank you very much. Okay, I would be here tomorrow. I have to join the APEC 2022 meeting, and I have to leave quite early from here and come in late. So hopefully you enjoy your meeting here for tomorrow. And on the final day, I will join you. Okay, thank you very much. And hopefully a few of us will join the Smart City meeting at Renaissance, right? Yeah.